Ahem. Good morrow. Okay, we good now? Am I good now? Okay, I do seem to be live, I think. Yeah, okay, there's my fuzzy head. Cool. It still says I'm unstable. Hang on, let me refresh and see if that's... okay. Now it says I'm good. Okay. So, I think last I left off, I had been overriding the cooldown system, and so I actually was able to successfully get that overridden. There's the global cooldown I had to kind of rewrite, and then, well, I totally whiffed that shot. So this one, actually, maybe I need to do a little bit more work on this, because this should actually start a global cooldown as well. It doesn't. Okay, yeah, let's fix that real quick. Because I was starting to look into how I'm going to do talents. And having like ability modifiers, kind of. It's a little loud, the music on my end. There we go. What did I want to do here? Yeah, it was the power shot. So this should start is on GCD. Okay, so I commit the ability. And so I guess I want it to start two different cooldowns. I guess I have to specifically do that here. And then am I doing the is on GCD? Where am I actually using that? In cast ability, in ranged ability, and in weapon special ability. And this is it is a BP ranged ability. Okay, excuse you. What the hell was that? The BP ranged ability, yeah. Open that up. Should I? What else subclass is this? Auto attack does, so I guess we don't want to do it in here. And then this one, I think, already commits the GCD. Should at least. Or it does in the base class, so ranged ability. It does there, okay. So why wasn't that working? Activate ability. Do I need to do a super call? Not that one. I do call the super class, so I shouldn't need to do that actually. If I'm not mistaken, I have it. It is on the GCD. Hang on, get rid of that. Mid GCD cooldown. Result is false. Why is that? What happened? What happened here? Check cooldown. I am assuming this would return false if it's already on cooldown. Is that what's happening? It has the matching gameplay tags. But I don't use any tags for my cooldowns, so that should always return false. Like, we should never get there. Yeah, what? Wait, I mean, this is the only way it could. Commit ability cooldown. So, wait, what's my stack trace actually? Where am I coming from? Okay, it is, right, it is coming from here. It is coming from there. Commit GCD cooldown. Commit ability cooldown, and this return false. So I mean, I guess this should force cooldown. I feel like. Yeah, GCD should be forced. So maybe that's just what we need to do. Okay, yeah, I don't know why the hell my fucking connection is so unstable. And why the hell I'm using up so much goddamn memory. Okay, we'll rebuild here. Okay, testy test. Nice, okay, yeah, all I had to do was force that cooldown. Okay, but I could still use it. Okay. I'm still able to use that ability. Was that always the case? Changing it back to false. Man, why is this taking so long? Bro, what? This memory usage, like, that's insane. Okay, could I always cast that? No, I couldn't. Huh. So... check cooldown. I did override that. So I guess I should probably... get cooldown time remaining for handle. I guess I need to put GCD in here, right? Oh, you know what it is? Okay, because yeah, we're using the ability as a key. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think what we need to do... Okay, so how I'm doing this system here is that I have this map that's storing a gameplay ability spec handle as the key and an active gameplay effect handle as the value. Now the key is the ability that is on cooldown. The effect is the cooldown effect. And it is a generic effect that it just has a set by caller magnitude on it. And I just have that just to a random tag. Tag doesn't really matter as long as it matches up. And I just set the duration on that for each cooldown, and then I've overridden a bunch of gameplay ability system functions to, rather than use tags as cooldown keys, to use gameplay ability specs. And so that way we have unique cooldowns per ability. Now what's happening here is that an ability can actually have two cooldowns, because there's a global cooldown and then an individual cooldown. So I think when I'm adding the ability cooldown here, I need to check which one is longer, and I need to not overwrite it if there is a longer cooldown in there already. So that's probably the first thing I need to do here. Let's say if ability cooldowns dot contains ability handle. If it contains this, I need to like get cooldown time remaining for handle. I mean, this already does the check, right? If it doesn't check, return -1. Okay. So I can probably just do... I don't need to check, I just get the cooldown time remaining. And if this is greater than or equal to... not 0, I'll change that here in a second. I will need to get this duration. Right, because that should already have it set. It should have it. And where do I call add ability cooldown from? I call it from apply cooldown. Okay, so it should already be set on there. So the gameplay effect handle dot get cooldown time remain. Okay, yeah, I see it. Get cooldown time remaining for active effect handle. No, that's wrong. It needs an active gameplay effect, so I need to like get active effect and pass it in an effect. Okay, I think that's the one I want. There's so many of these functions. Why isn't it like this? Okay, it needs to be a pointer. Active gameplay effect handle to parameter type. F active gameplay effect handle. Wait, what do you want? This expects a pointer? No. Why it doesn't expect a pointer. I'm confused. Oh, this expects a pointer, doesn't it? Okay, I am very confused as to why this isn't working. It is a pointer. Oh, it returns a pointer. Okay, yes. And this wants a not a pointer. We good now? Okay, we're good now. Jesus. Sorry, it's early. It's Sunday morning. My brain isn't primed for coding yet. I have not finished my coffee. That returns a float. I'm gonna call this one cooldown. Pop that puppy in there. Okay. So if we have an existing ability cooldown and it's greater than or equal to the cooldown time, just do nothing. If it's equal to, I want to do nothing. Is that? I feel like that's probably right. There's no need to go through all this if it's already been done, and the equivalent is the case. I only need to change it if cooldown time is greater, the current cooldown time. So I'll say, yeah, call this current cooldown time. Current cooldown to make it fit on one line. Okay, so I think that should help my issue here. And then let me turn back on the... Oh, what was it? Where, commit GCD cooldown, where was that? There it is, yes. We want that to be... We do want to force GCD to be on, because that should take precedent. Now, honestly, I think the other cooldowns should as well. Like, they should all be forced, because that just bypasses any cooldown that's already on there. Okay, I still can't... Okay, I think it's good now. Okay, that was all just auto tags. So 6. Okay. Wait, did that start the I didn't notice. Did it start the GCD? It did not. Why did it not? Okay, yeah, fuck. The GCD, okay, yeah, this is a... The GCD almost just shouldn't have... Should exist outside of this, probably. Because now it's just not even, it's not even getting added because of this. Hum. Yeah, it should probably have its own. Is GCD effect. Yeah, let's throw that at the top. And I'll say if it's not a GCD effect. If it is a GCD effect, I think we just need to handle that completely differently. Like, I still want... I don't want to do this. Well, I don't want to add it to the array, maybe? But then this is going to get rendered null and void. Yeah, how do I want to handle this such that the GCD effect is applied to everything? Let me test something here real quick. If I did, okay, so it's not actually acting as a cooldown. That's a problem. That is a problem. So I overrode the check cooldown, right? I need to check the GCD in here. The cooldown time remaining for handle. And so I have the ability, I should have, if this ability is on the GCD. I do. Okay, so let's just, I want to store the GCD separately from this, I think. Because it doesn't make sense, if there's a global cooldown, it doesn't really make sense to have that as a map value. GCD handle. Yep. I'll call it active GCD handle. Okay. So now when we're adding, do I still need that? I mean, right now I don't think this would ever happen with Silent Wolf. Hello. What am I making? So I'm working on, I'm overriding the gameplay ability cooldown system because I wasn't happy with the fact that I would have to create a gameplay tag for every ability cooldown, which is very annoying to have to do with how many abilities I would like in my game. So yeah, right now I'm just working on getting the global cooldown working with an ability's individual cooldown, and I basically have that working. I just need to store the global cooldown separately, because like I essentially just have a map here of ability spec handle to active gameplay effect, and the ability spec handle is like the ability that has a cooldown in process, and then the active gameplay effect is just like a generic effect that I created that has like a set by caller duration that is the cooldown for the ability. Now there's also one of those for the global cooldown, but what that means is now an ability can actually have two different cooldowns at the same time, one of them being the global cooldown and one of them being the ability's actual cooldown, and those were kind of conflicting with each other, so I'm like separating that out now. I'm gonna write some specific logic to make sure that the abilities respect my authority, essentially. And I think one of the first things I want to do is like, yeah, if it's GCD, I don't know, I was just deliberating, I don't think I need this part anymore. So I don't think a longer, because this is guarding against a shorter cooldown overriding an existing cooldown in here. I don't know, right now that would never happen with the GCD split out. It was happening with the GCD, when the GCD was in this map. Let's just comment it out for now. Okay, so if it's not a GCD effect, well, we'll do the non-negative version. If it is a GCD effect, active GCD handle, I just need to set that, and then if it's not, we do the ability cooldown. So, okay, and then I do call the on cooldown change after that, which broadcasts an ability handle, which would be in the case of a GCD, it would be a little bit useless, or potentially a bit of a misnomer or something like that. I don't know what term to use there. It wouldn't be entirely representative of the situation, but it's not hurting anything, I don't think. That is going to handle that. And then I do what? Remove ability cooldown? So I guess I need to check here if it is a GCD effect. Should I make that a function? I should probably make that a function. Active effect handle, active effect. I mean, it's a one-liner. It's a one-liner. If it is a GCD effect. Oh, I already have that down there as well. Is GCD effect. Okay, so if it is a GCD effect, we just want to, yeah, what would I do here? Because I can't exactly set that to a null pointer. Active effect handle dot what, like invalidate? Yeah, that's probably. We'll invalidate the active GCD handle. And what else do I want to do? If it doesn't contain it, yeah, this is going to be like in the else condition. So if it's not a GCD effect, and it's not in there, we'll return. Then we'll try to remove it. If I've removed something, now if there's no active effect, that should be up top. That should probably be up top. Well, we'll see, maybe. But that should still work. That should work for the GCD effect. Now I need to do the check, probably in this, yeah, check cooldown. So I need to check against the active GCD handle. Is on GCD? Is that the right one? Yeah, okay, so if we're on GCD, I need to check other things as well. What functions did I create for this? Get cooldown time remaining for active effect. What other ones do I have for this? Get cooldown time remaining for handle, but that's ability handle, right? Yeah, I guess get cooldown time remaining for handle. That should maybe... I guess I don't know if this ability is on the GCD or not when it's a spec handle. I only know that when it's casted to my class. I don't know that I want to do that right here. Although I think I may need to for how I'm using some of these functions. More on that in a minute. Yeah, so I need the active effect, gameplay ability spec handle, active gameplay effect handle, check cooldown. So I guess I have, if it's on GC, I guess I just need to potentially expose this. Potentially expose that. Should I just create another function for like getting the cooldown time remaining on a gameplay ability base on this class here? Or should I like get the definition from this guy and override this function? Cooldown time remaining. It's all based on an active effect. Yeah, I think... Where am I using this at? I think I should probably just update that function. It'll be easiest. I am using that in add ability cooldown. And yeah, for my action bar to show the cooldowns there. And maybe I won't need to pass along whether or not it's a GCD effect in the delegate broadcast if I update this function. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Get ability spec from handle. Handle has 2 parameters. Call it. What else do you want? Oh, found spec. Okay. Copy. Copy, please. Hello, please. Why can't I used to be able to highlight here. Oh, I created that function. I should be using that. There we go. Okay, and what do you return? Why can't I copy in here? And there was a pointer. Okay, ability spec. If there's no spec, return -1. Ability spec, I'll need to get the def here, right? Or what, just ability? Okay, ability, and then we'll need to cast that. View my gameplay ability. Gameplay ability base, yep, right there. My ability. Okay, so now we know if it's going to be on the GCD or not. There's a car going crazy outside. Okay. If it is on GCD, I essentially just need the longer of the 2 cooldowns, right? So if there is one in this list. So why don't I just let's initialize cooldown up here, and then we'll just return it and modify it as we go through. So if we are on GCD, cooldown, get cooldown time remaining for, I mean, I guess I just need to, what don't you like here? I need to get the active effect, right? Active GCD handle. It wants a active gameplay effect, so I have to find active gameplay effect. No, get active effect. Get active gameplay effect? Yeah, that's the one. So many of these functions in here. Okay. Cooldown. Okay. Him. Yeah, and so if it doesn't contain there, we can just return that right away. Otherwise, just say cooldown equals fmath max between cooldown and this new one, and then we'll just return cooldown. Okay. I think that's good. Okay, so that was get cooldown time remaining for handle, so now that should... I shouldn't have to worry about if it's on GCD here, because we are getting cooldown time remaining from handle there, so that doesn't need to be updated anymore. Okay, let's see what happens. Working before, but I guess the abilities just weren't respecting the global cooldown because the global cooldown was put in this map based on a certain abilities key. So only the ability that triggered the GCD actually cared about the GCD. And the fact that my action bar slots were showing the radial shader as the GCD kind of made me not realize that. What the heck? What the heck is this? Do we not have any checks here? Oh, this returned a null pointer, did it? Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, so I used my tab target, which is an ability. Which maybe it shouldn't be, but apparently that's on the GCD. That shouldn't have reached here. Apparently that's on, yeah, change target is on the GCD. Hang on, let me look at this. It is on the GCD. Okay. Oops. But let's do a check here anyway, just to make sure. If it's on the GCD, yeah, let's just pop this into a variable here. GCD effect. Okay. Try that again. Why does this water look so fake? Like, what, is this a fake picture? Like, why? Okay, I can tab target effectively. Okay, so I'm gonna hit my dot ability, which is an instant, and then I'm gonna try and cast my fireball ability. Okay, and again, that did seem to respect the global cooldown, but now my action bars are borked, so let's look into that. So it's probably here, right? So handle cooldown change. Handle global cooldown. Ability handle, get cooldown time remaining for handle. Get duration for handle. So get cooldown time remaining for handle. That's what I just did. Was this not returning correctly? Okay, that just wasn't getting called at all. I guess it would get here, right? Cooldown is -1. What ability is this? Of course I can't see it. Of course. Okay, now ability is 1.5. Ability cooldown is 1.5 rather. Yeah, it's still not telling me. This is worthless. Let me check rather in blueprints. Where's the slot at? There it is. Let me check here. This may be a better way to see what the values are. Time remaining 1.5. Duration is 0. Okay, that I believe is the issue. Get duration for handle. Right, I need to do it here as well. So yeah, I need to do this like same thing here, basically. Change that to be 0. Find ability spec from handle. That should, yeah, I mean, if that's null, what does it search for this? Activatable abilities? Yeah, okay, so that's fine. We do want to return if we can't find an active ability. And then, yes, my ability, I should probably do one of these boys here. Just in case. If my ability, and my ability is on GCD, and we have a GCD effect, duration equals that. Now, active gameplay effect handle, if we have one of these, the duration, time remaining, yeah, okay. Different things. Different thing. Active effect, get duration. Now I am getting yeah, okay. I'll need to do duration equals fmath max between the current duration and that one. Okay, now that should be good. Now our action bar should go back to working. If this ever builds, like, geez, man, what takes it so long? It's because I'm like maxed out on memory thanks to Writer. What is using up all my fucking memory, man? Apparently I'm using 58 gigs of memory somehow? I might need to restart the PC. Dude, I literally started it this morning though. I may need to restart Writer. That may be the solution. Okay. I pressed it. We do be having a duration now. There we go. That looked good. Oh, that one issue is back. What the heck? Well, it's only back on a few of them. Okay, so what I'm looking at is like this little tiny. Maybe I need a full screen. This little tiny sliver. Dude, can you even see it on stream? You probably can't see it on stream. But it looks like it's only on 2, 6, and 7. But there's this like little tiny single pixel wide gray spot on there, and it's from that radial shader not completing all the way. Okay, now it's on all of them. God, that fireball feels kind of good in comparison. Okay, so why I thought I had fixed that. The cooldown time remaining for handle. So this actually, I shouldn't actually need a difference between. Well, yeah, because I need to check the ability cooldown. Yeah, so I do still need the is GCD effect, but they can be handled the same now. This one just needs to check and make sure it's the right ability. But then this logic is the same. So maybe I can refactor that a tad. Hop, skip, and a tad. But yeah, let's look at that radial shader thing. So I thought I had this. If it's greater than 0, cooldown time remaining, I have the end time set and the get time seconds. I mean, should I just be calling get cooldown time remaining from here? Rather than doing something like setting the end time and stuff. Because at least, well, no, because that would be making an RPC to the server. And I don't think I need that every frame. Yeah, that would be. So essentially, we're setting some variables here to like predict the end of the cooldown, and we're just trying to display on the action bar that the action bar does not dictate the cooldown. So yeah, we should keep it like that. But why does that radial part happen? Yeah, you can. I mean, it's probably really hard to see on stream, but there's like a little tiny sliver of incomplete radial cooldown shader thingo. Does it always happen? Seems to. Let me try a different ability. Oh, and that set the fucking cooldown on everything. Okay, so that's broken. That is broken. And the fucking radial thing is still there. Okay. Let's fix that one. Why the hell would that have happened? I wonder if it was treating it as a GCD effect. Somehow. Apply cooldown. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all good. We're using the GCD cooldown. Yeah. Get cooldown time remaining. And then I just call the ability system component. That makes sense. And yeah. Active effect. Okay. And that should be the set by caller duration. Get active gameplay effect from effect handle. Where's the handle coming from? Get active gameplay effect from class. Wait, and static class is it's a subclass of U gameplay effect. Wait, where am I using this from? Looks like I do have to override it because it's used internally. Lame. And what the hell was I thinking when I was doing this? Get active gameplay effect from class, and I'm using static class here, but this is a gameplay ability on a gameplay effect. I'm so confused as to how this is used. Current actor info. Ability get cooldown time remaining. Get active effect for. Yeah, I'm not using that correctly at all. What is happening? I need to know what's happening here. I'm putting a breakpoint there. I'm going to see if that actually gets called anywhere, because that seems like very wrong. And no breakpoint trigger yet. Yeah, okay, so it seems like that like kind of never gets called. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, but I'm gonna guess the apply cooldown. And then we add ability cooldown. Ability handle active if is GCD effect. Ah. Well, no, it shouldn't be a GCD effect. That shouldn't get reached. That shouldn't get wrought. It did. What the heck? Oh, because there is that one. Okay, so this is tricky because this ability actually triggers two cooldowns. It triggers the GCD and its own cooldown. So one of these is going to be. Where's my set by caller? The duration is 1.5. So this one is the GCD handle, which is correct. And then we should broadcast. No, okay. We have another one. Now this spec, okay, this is also, this happened twice, I guess? Now we're here. Is GCD effect is true? Probably put a breakpoint there as well. Duration is 10. So things are happening out of order here. So it's kind of hard to tell if it's right and proper or not. Good cooldown time remaining for handle. Okay, I see what's happening here. Yeah. Okay. So, do I see what's happening here? No, I don't. Because that function just returned like the larger cooldown. Because I think there's actually two cooldowns applied at this moment, so return the larger one, which is what I wrote that function to do. If it's greater than, if it's less than or equal to 0, remove it. Otherwise, do this. I mean, that seems fine. But then, why did it set everything on cooldown here? Actually, I want to make sure that everything isn't actually on cooldown by trying to do something else. So we've hit that one. Oh, right, and then I have a ton of breakpoints. Okay, so it looks like, no, okay, so it's not actually, I can still cast other things. So the cooldown actually isn't applied to everything, it's just my action bars are all fucky-wucky. Let me make sure that these are happening correctly. Boom. Okay, handle cooldown. What slot am I in? I'm slot 1. Now let's go here. Now that is false. Okay. Okay. And slot 2. Also, I'm just gonna put a breakpoint here. Slot 6. Okay, this is the correct one though. Slot 6 is the ability. Now we're on 7. Okay, now we're on the global cooldowns. If this is on GCD, so we should get past that. The GCD time. So that actually should probably be this one. I should probably change that. It's the same. It should be the same as the hard-coded GCD, but I should probably just use the duration on the handle. I mean, that's just a more better way to do it. Okay, so we probably get here, and then what are my numbers here? In slot 1, they are 10, which is not correct. The cooldown time remaining for handle. Okay, so let's see where I did that at. Get cooldown time remaining for handle. What did I do here? What did I do here? This shouldn't be... This is the fireball ability. So it shouldn't have the 10-second cooldown, it should just have the global cooldown. Should... Something in here is being a little sassy pants. The cooldown time remaining for active effect. Ability cooldowns. So I shouldn't even reach this part down here. Or rather, I should be returning here. Because the other ones don't have a cooldown. A breakpoint there. I'll put a breakpoint here to make sure we don't get down here. I get cooldown time remaining for active effect. I mean, the effect is the GCD effect. Active GCD handle. And that got set properly now? If is GCD effect. Active effect. Should I just store the active effect? I keep having to convert the handle to an active effect anyways to do anything with it. Maybe. Let's get this working first and then maybe I'll make that change. Active effect. Its asset tags has global cooldown in it. Yeah, I mean... It shouldn't be. Okay, so we're gonna put some breakpoints there and then let's rerun this. Okay. We can just continue from here then. Okay, we're on Power Shot, so this one cooldown should be, Are we still on Power Shot? What happened? You know what I need to do? Just get through it all. I need to do one of these. I need to disable the optimization so I can actually see what these fucking variables are. Dude, yeah, this is taking so long, man. I don't know where all my RAM is going, because this certainly does not add up to 64 gigs of RAM. Like, look at this. This is nuts. It's not finishing. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna restart Ryder. Let me look at the memory now. Chrome is taking up 5 gigs for some reason, which is kind of nuts. I don't even have that many windows open, and that's also not 67% of my memory. That's not 42 gigs. You know, if I wasn't streaming, I would just restart my computer right now. Because it's lying to me. There is something taking up a lot of memory that's not showing. Now we wait. Okay. Wait, is it not going to give me my code coloring? Do I have to restart this? I swear it does this every other time I open it up. My files are not code colored. Okay, one more time. Jesus Christ. There are my colors. There they are. Is that too much to ask for? I was going to work on my talent system today, but I guess we're fixing the cooldown system instead. And the talents, they're an interesting problem to solve because for the talents, like I want them to like modify abilities and like you know, like something like, oh, fire abilities get 5% more crit, something like that. And so it's going to need to affect all my calculations as well, and so I was trying to sit there and think of the different ways that I would get that to work within my ability system that I have and the gameplay ability system. And it was actually an interesting problem because I'm definitely going to have some talents that like only apply to certain abilities, but not even just like a sweeping category of abilities. It just like it could just be like one or two abilities, right? Maybe it could just be one ability. And so it's like, how do I make a system that's, you know, not tedious to add to and maintain and update, while also getting the desired effect that I want? Because I picture talents as like infinite gameplay effects, but there's nothing really. Like I was looking at this, like I would have to have like a bunch of meta attributes to use, and then I would have a custom calculation class that comes up with the magnitude of what, you know, it could be, you know, you could increase range with a talent, you could increase move speed with a talent, you could increase damage, but only for certain abilities with a talent. So yeah, it's an interesting problem for that. I don't think doing this I don't think just doing this custom calculation class on an attribute modifier is going to work in all those cases, right? You know, it could work for like spell crit chance, right? And you have a custom calculation, because like I need this class to like have a reference to the ability in it, essentially. Which then I was just thinking, like, do I even want to try and go through this interface for it? Okay, I need to take that off. The hang on, where'd it be? I gotta take my target ability. Change target. Yeah, you are not on the GCD. You are not on the GCD. Okay. But yet it's still got here? I guess that makes sense. Okay, what was I gonna test here? Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh god, there's too many breakpoints. Yeah, the global cooldown seems to work. Okay, god damn it, I have to like get rid of all these. Okay. Okay. But I'm back now. Okay. Is it just not clear? I think it's just not clearing the timers that I have. That's why those little slivers are getting stuck there. Okay, so I'm hitting 6. Okay. Cooldown returned as -1. What is my ability here? Power shot. Okay. And why is cooldown being returned as -1 here though? Shouldn't be. Oh, this is on check cooldown. So I think that's okay. This is still power shots. Okay, then I got there. Continue. Okay. So I finally got here for power shots. I don't know why that executed like 3 goddamn times. Okay, still on power shots. Cooldown time remaining for handle. I don't think that executes every frame. I think it's just being called from different internals to the gameplay ability system. Handle global cooldown. Oh, is that why? We're just passing power shot. Okay. We're just passing power shot into every... And the thing I hate about these handles is you can't actually see what they are. You have to like query the component to even figure out what they represent, so it's kind of hard to debug. But I think what's happening... not in handle... Yeah. Yep. My suspicions were correct. So, I was mentioning earlier that, like, the ability handle for a GCD, like, when it, when the event triggers, here, this event, it has an ability spec that is not representative of the things that care about it for the global cooldown. So this actually, we shouldn't be passing in the ability handle here. How would I do this? Do I have a function? What functions I got here? So get cooldown time remaining for handle, get duration for handle, get cooldown time remaining for active effect. Get ability spec from handle. I need some way, get active gameplay effect from class. I need like get cooldown for class. I need something like that. Which is maybe what I should use this function for. Which isn't even being used properly. Yeah, get cooldown time, because I'd have to call this on like the default object for the ability. Because that's all I have in my action bar slot class UI thingos. On GCD added. I mean, can I just like... I guess my options are I can either create a function for like just getting the remaining GCD time specific to the GCD, or I can just write one that's more generic and says like just get time remaining and duration for the current one. But it would need to happen on like with a class or a default object. Get cooldown time remaining for handle, get duration for handle. Yeah, that kind of... Let me look at my cooldowns here. Okay, let's try this. Ability? Yeah, ability class, yeah. Okay, cooldown time remaining for ability class. And I guess I would have to iterate through this, right? Find ability spec from handle. What other functions I got here? Let's create this declaration real quick. Find ability spec from class. That'll work. Is that my function? No, it's not. Okay. Okay. And then I can probably find handle. Let's actually spell this right, first of all. Now... I end up needing to do an ability spec anyways, right? But that's just for the GCD. For the non-GCD, I use the ability spec handle. Ability handle. Do I have any way to get a hand? Does the spec have a handle on it? It does. It do. Nice. Okay. So I guess that is this a blue? Can I call this in blueprints? No, I cannot. Of course not. Of course. Why would I be able to use that in blueprints? Get ability handle. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that. Get cooldown time remaining for handle, which is just going to transform this back into a spec. Sure, okay, so this is going to be our function that we use in those blueprints. Okay, rebuild. Oh, I need one for duration as well, right? I mean, I really just need, like, find ability handle from class, and then I can reuse the function. So maybe I should just turn this into that. Find ability handle for class. Yeah, rename it to that. And then let's we'll scooch this down. Find ability spec from class, and we'll just ability spec return the handle. Okay, we good? Okay. So back to my talent system thoughts. I actually ended up pioneering a little idea here where, and I'm putting this on my gameplay effect base, but maybe I'll create a different subclass gameplay effect for this, but I think what I'll try to do is actually just create a function that just gets the ability modifiers, is what I'm calling it. And those modifiers are going to be the set of things that a talent changes. And I think I will need to have some tag identifiers for each thing it can change. But then those, I'll have to like store an array of those on the ability system component and iterate through those, call all of the functions, and kind of like build out a master list of all the modifications that could happen. And then on things like where my damage calculation happens, I'll iterate through that, get all the modifiers, and pick out which ones are relevant based on what they're changing. And that function has passed in the identifiers for like the ability and stuff, so they can conditionally do things. Find ability handle for class. Yep, this will be what I want to use here. Okay, so on GCD that should be good. And honestly, I could use this in the other one as well. Let's hold that thought for a moment. Okay, does this work? It does! Nice! Okay. And it looks like everything got, all the radials got cleared. Does this one get cleared? No, it doesn't. Oh, it stopped short. Okay. We might just not be clearing the, oh, big crit right there. Oh, the cooldown's not being respected, though. I could cast it twice. Do the other ones get respected? Yeah, okay. The 4 into a 6. Well, I can't cast 6 anyway. I don't have a bow equipped. Okay. Try another 4, right into a 6. Okay, yeah, it did. So the long cooldown just doesn't get respected. So we're back to where we started. Well, no, we're the opposite of where we started, because where we started was the GCD not being respected. But now the individual cooldown is not. And that should be in check cooldown. On the ability here. Check cooldown. Get cooldown time remaining for handle. Why isn't this... Okay, so here's where we will need to... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna cast this with a 6, pause. Pause now. Okay, so it should still be on cooldown. There's no global cooldown remaining. Just gonna put some breakpoints here, because this is what gets called in check cooldown. If time remaining is... Let me make sure I'm returning the right boolean for this. Returns true if we can be used again. True if we can be used again. And we can be used again if time remaining is less than or equal to 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. So yeah, this is the problematic function here, I suppose. Okay, so I'm gonna play and fire it again. Okay. There is no GCD effect, so we didn't even get there. That's good. Cooldown. So we got here. Ability cooldowns did not contain it. It's empty. Okay. So rather, when we added the ability cooldown, it never got added. This is on apply cooldown. Why did you not get added? So it didn't. Did it not? It never committed the. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so we'll need to put some breakpoints here. Check out what's up. Wait, why is this running now? Hang on. We're gonna restart. So I'll have to inspect when this ability gets triggered, what's happening. Man, again with the long compile times here. Okay, and we're back. So, before I start this, first of all, let's restart it. But I also want to remind myself what the order of operations are here. So power shot, we commit ability, but we're also calling the parent activate ability, which is ranged ability, which commits the GCD cooldown if it is on GCD. It should be, yes, is on GCD is true. We commit this, toggle this, commit, which is overridden. Why does it go to the base class one? Oh no, this is fine because it calls the apply cooldown. And it forces the GCD, apply cooldown, which calls the get cooldown effect, which is what I have overridden. Somewhere I have overridden it. Where did I do that at? There it is. Okay. Yeah, and then it's in the apply cooldown that I actually do anything about it. And then I only apply the tags if it's a used GCD cooldown. So I may need to put some breakpoints in here to make sure I'm applying it correctly. Okay. Okay. Six. Okay, what happened here? Apply cooldown happened. And it's not the GCD cooldown. Why would that have happened first? I feel like that shouldn't have happened first. But I guess that someone... No, I think I get why that's happening first. Okay. Yeah, that happens. We add the ability cooldown. Now we're in here. This is not the GCD effect. Okay, we've gotten there. Let's put one here just to see the duration. Duration is 10. Okay, so this is the... our ability cooldowns should have that in there. Yeah, we've got that populated. Okay. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is now. I see it. So I'm calling remove ability cooldown. Is this not happening correctly? I'm wondering if... Yeah, it's removing it here. This should be... Oops. This should be in here. That's the problem. That's the problem. I would bet something on that. Okay, let's rebuild. Rebuild. Okie dokie. Okay, this is, I swear, going to fix all my cooldown system problems. And then I can move on to talents. Okay. Testy test time, 6. Nice. Okay, so that got invalidated. That was an auto shot. Ignore that. Okay, yeah, right, and I cannot press 6 again until it's off cooldown, and it is off cooldown. Nice, okay. So let's try that one more time. Let's do some more testing here. So I want to shoot my long cooldown. I'm trying to cast. Okay, and so that's respecting. Yeah, everything is being respected. Nice. Nice, okay. One more thing. I'm restarting to get mana, because I keep running out of mana for casting all this shit. This is the aim ability that I completely fucking whiffed. I felt kind of good. The buttons are kind of far apart for that, but definitely got to get headshots working for that one too. A little bit of fractional health left there at the end. So I think we're good. I think we're good here. So yeah, I wanted to potentially just change the GCD to just like an active effect, because I think everywhere we're using this ends up getting the active effect before I can do anything about it, yeah. Let's try that out before I commit this. Active effect handle. Add ability cooldown. We can't have a U property to that, that's fine. I don't need that exposed or anything. Okay, that red squiggly, you should be going away. Thank you. Right? Okay. So rather than active effect handle, do that. Yeah. Then that means it invalidates. We don't necessarily need to invalidate it, we can just set it to a null pointer. And then that's how I can check here in these other spots. GCD effect, so rather we just check if we have an active GCD effect. And then dereference the pointer in there. Yep. GCD effect. Okay. Rebuild that. We'll test that one last time, and then commit this code, and then move on to a little bit of the talent system. And I think I'm just probably not going to be doing any UI or anything today. I don't think. I'll just be trying to come up with the system by which my talents get applied, which I think it's going to be something like this, and then I can just call this function. I'll have an array of like talent effects that the player has chosen, and I guess it should be like just an array of, because it could be things like debuffs and buffs and shit, right? Like a buff could give you 5% crit. So really I'll just have to have an array of things that affect the character. And then I'll need to call them at certain times to see if they apply during those certain times. And those certain times will be like when I'm getting the range for something, or when I'm getting the damage, my damage calculation, my crit calculation, like mana cost calculation probably. There's a lot of scenarios where I'll have to call that, and I'm wondering if I should have maybe something more strict per scenario so I don't have to iterate so much. Interesting. So I was actually able to try that again. So I was casting Fireball and then okay, maybe I was just seeing stuff. Okay, that seems to work though. Let's do everything but gameplay effect base, essentially. And I'll say something like fix cooldown system to respect so that abilities respect both individual and GCD cooldowns. Totally spelled respect wrong. Uh-oh. Okay, well, push it anyway. Okay, sure. Okay, now let's continue. Thinking about talents. So here's my first proposal for this. And I was thinking about calling, like, so I'm picturing some sort of like array on here. And let's call it something like it'll look something like this. Undo that. Object pointer. Ability modifiers. And so I would have to kind of iterate through this in places like my damage execution calculation. You know, I get the damage or whatever, and I guess after all this, after like the base calculation here, I would want to do I have the ability system component? Source component, yeah. Ability modifiers. Passing in these guys. Source ability is const. Okay, that's fine. It'll be something like that. And then this would be an array. And then, yeah, I would have to, like, iterate through those and find the ones that apply to this scenario. And, like, that's what the... Well, I guess that's what this, I have to, like, flatten this list, probably, or... Well, after I got the mods, for each mod and mods. Let's actually change this to effect, ability modifier effect. For mod and ability mods, I guess I need to actually perform the calculation here then, because this is going to return gameplay modifier info. And I suppose the modifier effect doesn't know where it's being called from, it just knows like what ability and who. And so this mod has like the attribute, the magnitude, and the operation, which is I think what are the three things that I would need. I'm gonna put those here for visual. The magnitude, and then the operation, which can be like additive or multiplicative, or it could be, you know, a negative thing. It could reduce damage or something like this, something like that. And then I'd have to perform that calculation here. So I guess I would have to check if, because this is in my damage calculation, so I'd probably have to do something like if mod attribute equals that. And then I would need like a because I wouldn't want to like continuously stack multiplicative operations on top of each other. What I would want to do, it would be multiplied by this, but then I would just have like, I would add it to this, so extra damage plus equals damage times mod modifier magnitude, right? This is like it can be a scalable float or something. Wait, let me look at the effect again. Where's my, yeah, this is my test effect here, so something like damage, say it's additive, it could be a modifier magnitude. Get value for editor display? That's probably not a good one to call. Attempt calculate magnitude is probably what I would want to do here. I have to pass in a gameplay effect spec though. And I don't have the spec because I'm not actually, for some of these I'm not actually going to apply them, right? Because I don't want them to be active at all times because they're very conditional, right? Like they could just be a talent that says like increase damage of fireball by 10%, right? So that wouldn't actually be an effect that's applied. Let me look back at this. Let me like try to build out a we're gonna add one. Make mod info, right? Make mod info. Get damage, yes. Make set by caller magnitude. And so this would be this thing. Gameplay effect modifier magnitude. Which has what on it? Alright, and then that's what I can pass in the scalable float and stuff. Okay, so do that. Scalable float, and then I can pass in like, you know, fucking 10 or whatever. Or let's do a it'll be a 0.1 and it'll be multiplicative, or it should be 1.1. Like this will be like an increased 10%, and I'll say something like if source ability what? I need some more tags to be able to identify things. Should I pass the damage event in here as well? What would that would give me access to? What would that give me? So it has damage type on the damage event, but I'm going to change that to gameplay tags. So this is going to be something like has tag, something like tag, ability tags, something like that, right? Ability tags dots has tag, and then I definitely don't have any right now. We'll just use like something we'll throw away. Attribute tags, armor, and then I add that to the ability modifiers, right? And then picture this being something like, if the ability has fire, you know, increase its damage by 10%. So that's what that would look like. But as far as actually, and the reason that, like, this is not actually going to be applied. This effect is not going to be applied. But I'm still using this gameplay modifier info container because it has what I want on it, which is what attribute to affect the magnitude by which to affect it with, and an operation like additive or multiplicative. That's why I'm using that. It just happens to have what I need. But now mod.modifier magnitude. Now I'm struggling to actually do something with this because I can't just get magnitude calculation type. I'd have to do that. So what does this function actually do here? The relevant spec. Okay, I mean, the thing is, it's not actually going. I have to make it into a spec, I guess. Attribute-based magnitude, custom magnitude. I guess they all pass in the spec and do stuff by it with it. Okay, let's see if I can make a spec out of it. Let's get the source component. Can I just like make a spec real quick? Make outgoing spec. I can make the spec but not actually do anything with it. And I need the level, I suppose. And I need the level, I suppose. I'll grab that here in a second. The spec isn't actually going to be applied. Say temp spec. Is that what I need? What do you want? This temp spec is... What else do you need? Out. I need a float magnitude. Why aren't you happy with the spec there? Cannot convert gameplay spec handle to parameter type gameplay effect spec. That returns a handle. Nice. That's not what I want. This says make outgoing spec, but it makes a spec handle. And then I have to what? I have to do like the dot get here, right? Still doesn't like it? What the hell? There we go. Okay. And then I need the level here, and I suppose that would be here. It would actually be a T-map of the effect to the level, which would just be an int. And this is now an entry. It's a map entry. Dot key. Do that here. Actually, let's yeah auto effect level not key. Yeah, these went backwards, so that's value, so that's key. Okay, pass effect level into there. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm picturing. And then the modifier operation. I suppose I would need to do like a switch, yeah, on that. Help me out here. Come on, Copilot, you can do it. There we go. There we go. Come on, come on. I guess that's kind of already correct there. Division, yeah, that's gonna be. Extra damage equals, so it's all adding on to, I guess if it's, what other ones do we have here? Override. Am I missing a bracket somewhere? I think I am. Okay, but how would I like, if I wanted to decrease damage, because this is all extra damage. I feel like division because additive could be a negative number, and that could just subtract flat values. And that would still apply. That would eventually... and this would be like damage. Damage plus extra damage. Something like that. Oh, I need to put that there. I put that in the wrong spot. There we go. There we go. And so if what would dividing doesn't make sense, right? In this capacity as it's in right now. I take damage divided by magnitude, and then I just add that as extra damage. Now it should be like reduce overall damage by that much. So this should maybe be like if I wanted to like reduce by 10 or 10% or something, like let's say the character has a debuff on them for like reducing damage by 10%. Damage divided by, what would that be? Damage divided by what? How would you do that? 0.1? What's the math there? 10 or that's 12. 10 divided by 0.1. 10 divided by 9? No. Damage, which is 10, divided by... What would I do to get 9? What would I divide this by to get 9? 10 over x equals 9. I would have to multiply by x on each side. Right? Multiply by x. I'd have to... if I divide it by 9... No. My fucking algebra skills are failing me right now. Alright, quick math. So we have 10 over something equals 9. What would x be here? So I would like multiply by x on each side, right? So it would be 10 equals 9x. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Then I would just divide by x on each side. And we're back to where we start. So that, wait, that's not right. How do I get rid of the x on this side? I've totally forgotten my algebra skills here. It would be like 10 equals x over 9. Is that the opposite? It would be like 9 divided by 10. Okay. So if I wanted to 0.9, 10 divided by 0.9, no, that's not right. 10 divided by what equals fucking 9? Why am I failing so hard at this? It's 1.1, but it's like a weird number. Yeah, I guess if I wanted it to be detrimental, I should make the number negative. Maybe we just shouldn't fucking have division, because that's weird. Right? We should rather just use negative decimals in the multiplicative operation. Why is division even here? Who uses division like this? That's so hard to use. Unless you're just straight up dividing by 2 or something. Yeah, I mean, it would have the same effect, right? Damage times, and I would put like if I wanted a negative 10% damage, it would be like magnitude. Stop that, go away. Did you see the fucking shade that Copilot just threw me right there? I started a comment and it was like, check if this is correct. Like, bro, stop that. That's so fucking rude. That's so fucking rude. Magnitude, if I wanted to like subtract 10%, it would be like negative 0.1 f. Yeah. Because it would damage times negative 0.1. Let's say damage is 100. It would be like 100 times not 1.1. It would be negative 0.1 equals what is that? I mean, it was just 1, right? Or no, yeah, it's negative 10. It's right there. And so I would be subtracting 10 from the base, right? Because it wouldn't, everything that happens here is like tallied up outside of damage. It's not like exponential, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, let's not use division at all. I don't like that. I'm pretty sure I do that somewhere else as well. Okay, yeah, I do that in my... I guess I'm not using a multiplicative cost. Mana cost. I suppose I will in the future, though. So yeah, I think this would be fine. My issues with this kind of a system are that this... If I only have one collection for everything that could affect the character in all these different situations, and I only have one function to call, this get ability modifiers function, I'm going to be iterating through this list a lot. And it's going to be happening at a lot of different times. It's not just going to be on damage calculation. It's going to be on things like potentially, you know, check mana cost and check cooldown and... What else? Like, get range, get crit. My crit is actually outside of this damage calculation. somewhere in here. Oh, there's so much fucking shit in this file now. Here it is. So yeah, here's my crit. And so I would potentially get ability crit chance. I would be calling that in here. I would be doing that here. So I guess the other option to make this a little more efficient would be to have multiple both get ability modifiers functions, like one for each place that it's called at. And multiple lists, so I don't have to iterate through all these. But I would need to know which ones apply to which situation. Which I guess I don't know from the perspective of the gameplay effect class which ones are going to apply to which situation. So maybe I would just have one list. I feel like this would work though. This is all running on the server. This is in server land. I wonder if it would just be best to, yeah, because like something like this function, I think having multiple functions is the first thing to do to make this more efficient. Because this should be like get damage modifiers. And then I wouldn't need the ability tags, right, in that case. Unless I could do something like tmap of tag to an array. Could have something like that. And then and the gameplay tag represents one of these scenarios. Like this could be damage, this could be crit, this could be range, this could be whatever else I just said were the scenarios. But I still need to like call. No, I would still need to execute a function so that it gets a chance to respond to the ability. Unless this were like an array of functions. Which would be weird. Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe this function could get called with a tag to signify where it's getting called from. And then yeah, it wouldn't I wouldn't need to pass the tag here. I could either do that, or I could just have a separate function for each damage, or not each damage, each scenario. So that would be like, let's mock these out real quick. Get damage ability mod, should be back. Get ability damage mods. It'd be like get ability crit mods. Get ability cost mods. Cooldown mods. Get ability range mods. I could see that getting out of hand though. Let me So there's the custom calculation class. Now I've made some of these before, and that's something like melee crit chance calculation. I guess the problem with this though is that it doesn't have a reference to the ability. I don't think it doesn't have a reference to the ability in question. And that's why I can't really use these. I guess the spec context would have get ability on it, but I don't think that would be populated. Would that be populated? No, it wouldn't, because these would just be specs that are just kind of like blank applied. Yeah, so I couldn't even use something like that. Yeah, I basically have to do something like this. It would be nice to have something very declarative, but I don't think I would be able to for what I want. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the best that I've got. Now, it's like, do I make the effects more complicated by having a bunch of functions, and then I would have to potentially make more if there's more things that I want to have. Like, I could imagine a scenario where I have, you know, a character has some sort of AoE ability, and there's a talent to like increase the radius of that AoE ability, right? Like, that would be yet another function. Whereas I could just have a tag passed into this function to tell the effect that. I feel like there's downsides to every way to slice this cat. Skin this cat. That's weird. Slice the cat? Ugh. I guess skinning the cat is kind of morbid as well. Why is that a fucking phrase? Where did that phrase... Hang on. Where did the skin the cat phrase come from? Interestingly, this phrase may have come from the practice of actually skinning cats to make women's coats in the late 1800s. There's also speculation that the cat referred to is actually short for catfish, which don't have scales and therefore must be skinned. Yeah, I'm gonna choose to believe the catfish one. Weird. Okay. Yeah, I still don't know what the best, you know, API is for this kind of a thing. I could just leave it as generic like this. And then there would just be long lists to iterate through. And this would have to happen every time something executes. That seems so bad to me. It seems so bad. I guess rather than... This doesn't really help my other issues with it, but... I could just have these gameplay effects applied, and they're just infinite effects that don't do anything. They don't have anything on them. What they have, though, are these functions filled out on the default object. And then I just like query the character for, and I'll make sure this is in a different class, so I'll just query the ability system component for any gameplay effects of my talent subclass or whatever, and see if they, well, would I want to do that? Because there could be debuffs that apply. I guess I would just need to iterate through all gameplay effects on the character, get any ability modifiers. I mean, realistically, how big can this list get? How big can this list get? I mean, with all the talents, right? With all the talents that you could possibly have. Let's look at a talent tree. Let's pull up like a WoW talent tree. Vanilla WoW talent calculator. Hell yeah. Choose a class. We'll go with warrior. Well, no, let's get a spell casting. Shaman. Shaman's a good one because there's like melee stuff in here as well. Okay, go left to right. Okay, so yeah, reducing the mana cost of Shock, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning spells. So Shock actually refers to like 4 different abilities, whereas Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning refer to 2 specific ones. So what would that look like in this kind of a system? I guess I would have some tags for those abilities. Like there would be like shaman.shock.flame shock. And then it would just be like if it has a tag shock. What the heck? Go back. Hello, please? Okay, thank you. Or I just have like specific I have specific tags for each one of those. And then this would be like, this would be get mana attribute, scalable float, be like minus 1F, right? Why does that keep doing that? Stop that. Huh, okay. So yeah, and then it's like, what, at 2%, so .02. God, the vanilla WoW town. Dude, what is happening with this? Okay, we're going to a different website. Okay, wow, Season of Discovery. I mean, the talents aren't changed for Sod, right? Decline. Increases the damage done by 1%. Dude, fucking 5% increased damage. Can you imagine that? I would at least double that. Shock lightning, huh, crazy. Increasing maximum mana. Now this would be an effect that is actually applied. So I guess there's going to be a distinction between talent effects that should actually be applied to the character and talent effects that should be instead not applied, but their modifier function called. And I guess there could be talents that have both. So really I guess I'll just need a flag on the effect for like should apply. So whenever the character like clicks a talent, it like actually applies it to the character in those cases. Yeah, this would be one that's actually applied as well, because these just affect, these unconditionally affect attributes. Now here's a reduced cast time one by 0.1 seconds. So this is a flat. So that would be like an additive. That would be additive, and I suppose, yeah, maybe I make my own class to carry this stuff. I already felt wonky having to like make a spec to get this to calculate, and now I'm also like, I don't have an attribute for fucking cast time. So Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of internally leaning towards having these effects determine what applies and when, and I will just create a tag for every different place that this is called from, and then let the effects handle what should be changed. That puts more logic into the effects, but we don't need all these different functions. There can only be one function. It would make some of these kind of complicated, but at least we wouldn't have to search for where it's used at, right? Because I could just see like, oh, in the imagine this is fucking damage or something, because there would be like it would be like F gameplay tag. God, what would I call it? Scenario tag. I can't even spell scenario tag, and so like you could clearly see what scenarios this effect applies to by just looking at the effect. So that would be kind of nice for that. If I look at an effect, I get to see the full picture of what that effect does. Whereas if I didn't have something like that, I would just look at this and it would have all these modifiers being added for, like, it could be mana cost, could be cast time, could be damage, it could be all of those. And then it's like, I wouldn't really know. I would just kind of have to know by nature of the system. I would just have to know the system where those are called from. But I guess I would kind of need to do that with the tags anyway. I guess the tag just prevents me from needing multiple functions. Let's look at some more examples and think through this. So cast time, yeah, that would just be like an additive for negative, what did it say, 0.1? 0.1 seconds. .1 seconds. So that's actually 10% of a second. Which I guess everything is in milliseconds, so would that be fine then? Just okay, I think that would be fine. Why do I don't want that. Reduces the mana cost of your healing spells. Okay, so this would be similar to, yeah, this one, but it would just be like anything that has tag healing or something. Increases the health of your Stone Claw totem by 25%. Okay. How would I do that one? So if the scenario this would be is like if the character has some sort of summon ability and you want to affect how it's summoned. And the radius of your Earthbind totem. Yeah, I guess the scenario tag for that would be like Stoneclaw totem. Like I would have to have a tag for that ability specifically. Or the tag would be something like health, maybe? And then I would just use the source ability. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I don't know. And then the radius, because like these effectively, essentially would want to execute when you cast the ability. And it would be the ability's effect would be what. Yeah, I guess there would be a separate effect for like the Stoneclaw totem, spawning the Stoneclaw totem, or spawning the Earthbind totem. Because, like, let's just picture the Earthbind totem as just something that's not spawned, and just, let's just say there's a radius applied, and everything in that radius, you know, gets slowed. Gets a slow on it. And I guess in the, because I haven't done an AoE ability yet, so maybe I should do that to inform the system a little bit more. Because essentially this is just increase the radius of an AoE ability is the base scenario here. And for that kind of a scenario, yeah, the AoE has some sort of effect. And I guess there's like a targeting data, right? There's like some sort of target stuff. Right? Let me search for target. Targeting. I guess I'll just go to the targeting section then. Okay, it contains F-hit results, this target data. It's not meant to be used directly, but you can subclass it. Okay. Target data is essentially produced by target actors, or created manually and consumed by ability tasks and gameplay effects via the effect context. I guess on the AoE effect, I could have like a conditional modifier that checks for the presence of a talent, which, that sounds like way too many moving parts. Okay. Make target data from custom name. For adding the target data to a handle. Okay, that doesn't help me. This means nothing. Spawn target actors to visualize and capture targeting information from the world. May optionally use reticles to display the targets. Upon confirmation, the targeting information is returned as target data. Yeah, and I suppose there would just be some sort of sphere trace or radial trace. There's an instant target confirmation. There's a user confirm, there's a custom. Ground trace. Interesting. So there's a specific one for a radial ground trace. Is that a internal one, or is that one that he made? I guess I can search for that in the engine. Okay, so there is an actual target actor for ground tracing. Okay. I guess that would make it to where the player can like jump over it, which would kind of be cool. So that's interesting that it doesn't support instant though. So I'm picturing like an instant AoE, like a Frost Nova or something. Why doesn't it support instant? Let's look at this real quick. Let me just look for the logic on how this executes and stuff. We have perform trace. Okay, so collision height, collision radius. So I guess I would just like collision offset. Start targeting. Okay, so this is a super class. This is a super function. And so I guess I would just need to override this function, and I would need to figure out the radius, and I would need to call all of the gameplay effect ability modifiers that I have. I guess I would need like an AoE radius scenario, right? So add that to the list of scenarios here. Damage, crit, cost, cooldown, range, and AoE radius. And then, so that's just another scenario, right? And then we got there was another one, the health of your Stoneclaw totem. I struggle to want to have a different scenario for this because it's going to be so niche. Summon health, like. That seems like you just apply gameplay effects to the summon. Yeah, I guess, you know, thinking about something like a mage spawning like a water elemental or something like that. The spell itself has levels, but then you can also have a talent that increases the health of it by something. Which, if this was just increasing the player's health, I would just apply an infinite gameplay effect that increases health. So I suppose I need to know about a scenario where I apply it to a summon or something. Let me look back at the targeting docs. Because I'm thinking about auras as well now. Because I'm thinking about talents that apply things to other players, or literally just other actors in the game. Could be a summon, could be another player, and I'm thinking about like something like a paladin aura. Because that is like a target that is happening like every frame, or something like that, right? It's a continual AoE. And I guess to make that. Let me read this a little bit more here. When not using instant, the target actor typically performs the trace and overlap on tick and updates its location to the hit result. While performing on tick, it's generally not terrible since it's not replicated, and you typically don't have more than one. Why wouldn't it be replicated though? You typically don't have more than one target actor running at a time. Well, for me it would be per character. Okay. I guess it would be custom, right? It would be a custom kind of like infinite type effect. And yeah, I don't know if you'd want to run that on every. You do like a ground trace or sphere trace on every frame, and there could be multiple characters with auras running around. I feel like you'd probably do it like every fucking once a second or something like that. You do it on kind of like a pulse. And it would update the... That could be kind of shitty, though, because I remember in Classic WoW, the playing Shaman, like, it took a while to get in radius of the totems. It took, like, you could be in radius of it, and a full second later, it would apply the effect to you, whatever that totem's effect is. And that felt kind of shitty. It felt like I wasn't getting the full value out of my totems. So, yeah, that's kind of a hard one to do. Not hard, but like optimization-wise, what do you do about that? You got to sacrifice responsiveness for efficiency. Yeah, maybe you just do it every, like, because you can't. Do you do it on server frames? Like, so you do it on like server tick, like every maybe like 5 server ticks or something, just so like it's distributed a little bit. Or maybe you just async calculate them all. You come up with an array of these infinite AoE effects, and you just kind of like get through them as fast as you can, but don't bound the frame rate to it. That would feel shitty if, like, you know, there's a lot of players in a location, and like the effects aren't applying as responsively as they usually do. I don't know. It's a weird problem to solve. I'm not quite to the point where I need to solve that, so just some thoughts getting out there. And where I came from, that thought was like these talent effects applying to things that aren't the player. So apply to summon. I guess I need... I don't know, should I strongly type this one to where, like, on the ability, like within the ability, I write code to be like, hey, if the player has this talent, apply the effect to the summon. Or on the effect itself, do I have a function called, like, it would be something like should apply to summon, and it would take in like an ability. And then within the effect, within here, I would like check the ability equals, you know, the one I care about. Right. And then this should apply to summon is just called, like, I would have an ability class called like summon ability. I don't know, I kind of feel like just writing the code for this scenario, in those scenarios, because I don't think that this is going to be... Yeah, this is just like way too niche. I think I'm just gonna like write that code in the ability itself. But like thinking about Warlock, right? Because this is something that would be Warlock. Increases the effect of your imp's firebolt. Yeah. Yeah, this one's so yeah, you have summons. I guess I should have summon effects. Right? Like, not only should I have a bool for like talent, something like apply talent to actor, or, you know, to, I'll just call it apply talent effect. Yeah. Not only should I have a bool like that apply to summon, this should rather be like the summon effect. And then when you summon BB? What's going on? Uh-oh, okay. BRB. Okay. Where the hell were we? Oh yeah, I was thinking about summon abilities, and how I would apply effects to that. Okay, so if we should apply the talent, and it is a summon effect, then that means we would apply it to the summon. Yeah, I think that works. I think that'll actually work. I guess I just need to know which summon to put it on. Yeah, so maybe I would need a should apply to summon. Yeah, I would need something like that. Okay. Yeah, so when you cast the ability, it's going to search through all of the talents on the character and figure out which ones need to be applied to the summon. Yeah, I mean, I could make a function for that, or I could just have an array of like abilities that it's applicable to. It could be something like, instead of summon effect, it could be my gameplay ability, something like that. Ability summons to apply to. And then just like if that's populated. Just iterate through every effect and apply there, I suppose. So I'm not too worried about the summon part of things right now. I can just kind of figure that out later. Like, this could either exist on the effect, or you could have the opposite one on the ability, for like effects that should go out with it. But I guess it's nice to have the abilities and effects independent of one another, or rather, like, have the effects control this. So something like Demonic Sacrifice, an ability that like sacrifices your summoned demon. Yeah, summons is an interesting one. How would I like store? How would I store that? I guess I would probably just instance the ability per actor rather than per execution. And then check if that specific... A summon ability is interesting. I guess I would have a subclass of my gameplay ability for summon abilities. Which would, like, store a reference to the thing it summoned. Hopefully. Would it store that reference? Maybe I should just put that on the character or something, on the ability system component. And then... yeah, this ability would check to see which one of those summon demon ones are active. Yeah, I guess it would just have to check for specific abilities if they're active. Or I could have a tag applied to the actor for what is summoned. That might be a better way to do it. I just hate having to use a million gameplay tags for everything. What is this ability? Is this a new ability? Improved Syad? That's just gotta be misnamed, right? That's just improved Succubus. Let's go back to Shaman and look at some more of these and see how they would work with our system here. Reduces damage taken from fire, frost, and nature. That's pretty easy. I would just go here. If ability tags has tag nature, then, well, this is on receive damage. This is on receive damage, so this would need to happen in here. And so I would probably want a another execution calculation, potentially. But for take damage, like receive damage execution calculation. And then that, so there should actually be a receive damage and a deal damage, rather than just damage. Take damage. So there should be two different events for that. Because right now nothing happens in my take damage, but this is where mitigation is going to happen, like armor and stuff like that. Increases damage done by your fire totems. Again, more summon effects. Increases blah blah blah. Yeah, I suppose like reducing, increasing the amount of reduced damage by your stone skin totem. That would happen in take damage, and this gameplay ability or gameplay effect would check if there is a summoned totem or something like that, if I was to do that. I guess it's specifically on the amount of damage reduced by Stone Skin Totem. By 10%. So how would I increase damage reduced on a summoned totem? Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, how the hell would I do mitigation? This one makes more sense, because I'm just doing kind of like a straight check here. And here. if damage effect is, you know, whatever. Or I guess with the target, I do have the target component here. So I guess for something like reduce damage taken, it could happen in the damage effect, but this execution calculation would be happening, and the source would be, I guess I would need to do source and target. This is source component. Yeah, I would have to do both. I would have to do source and target. And then in here, source ability. I don't know what perspective I'm coming from. Here, I suppose. I don't know who is my owner. Yeah, that's the issue. So source ability, I guess you could get the get actor info. Yeah, I mean, I'd essentially have to check if I'm the source component or not. If I'm on the source component. Would it matter if... So here's all the ones on the source for like damage increase and stuff like that. Now on the target for like mitigation. Now let's say this effect execution is happening from the perspective of some creature in the world, and it deals like fire damage or something. And I have this talent applied. Would I just need to call the same thing, but with the source and target flipped? Because this really should be self and other, right? I think that's probably a better way to do this. Self and other. And then when I get the, because this is on source, so source would be self, yeah. And these two parameters would be flipped when I'm running this again on the other character. And so the logic for something like this would be like if source ability and I guess I don't know whether I'm dealing the source ability or if they are. Source ability, I bet I could get the ability system component from it though and see if it's the same. I mean, I could just do two different functions or two different scenario tags, deal damage and take damage for that check. Or I could do something like right, can that not be done? Do I have to cast it? You got fire propagation yet? Wait, what does that mean? What are you talking about, turning cog? Get ability system component from actor info. It's incomplete. Okay, that's fair. Okay, yeah, so I could check, and this is a way to check if it's incoming damage or outgoing damage. And then for that, it would be like, okay, check that, and then make sure, you know, check if it's fire, frost, or nature, and then return negative something or other. You build crazy complex systems seemingly overnight. It does not feel that way. Is that how it seems? It does not feel that way to me. The last system I did was overriding the gameplay ability cooldown system, so I did get that done. I finished that this morning, actually. Worked out the kinks with that, so now I don't have to use a gameplay tag for every single ability cooldown, which is nice. And I have a global cooldown as well, so abilities can have two cooldowns, essentially. They can be on the global cooldown and still have their own individual cooldown. But right now what I'm trying to think about is my system by with which to... Wait, is that how it... My system by with which to... That sounds so weird. My talent system is what I'm trying to say. Just like... Which essentially are just like ability modifiers, right? Like there's kind of like different types. I've just been going through some talents thinking about how I would do them in my system. Works pretty well as doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, though. I'll say it works pretty well, and then I'll, you know, shoot myself in the foot with it later, I'm sure. But like with these talents, like essentially what they are is just like little ability modifiers, right? Like they're like highly conditional gameplay effects, and so they're not the kind of effects, and they're dependent on the ability, right? They're dependent on, like, take for instance this one right here. Reduces the mana cost of your shock, lightning bolt, and chain lightning spells. So shock is like a category of spell. There's 4 different shock spells for a shaman. And then lightning bolt and chain lightning are 2 specific individual skills. And so, you know, if you think about the gameplay ability system, it's not really set up for that. At least not that I've been able to figure out. Because, you know, something like this, increase your maximum mana by 1%. That's easy. You just create an infinite effect that multiplies mana by 1.1, you know? That's easy, and you just apply that to the character, done. But this one is like, I need to run code, I need to have a function that gets called whenever I'm calculating the mana cost of one of these abilities, right? And what I don't want to do is have to come up with, you know, a different gameplay effect for each one of these abilities that takes into account whether or not the character has this talent applied. So what I've come to the conclusion of is that I'm going to have this function here on, right now it's on my gameplay effect base. I think I'm going to subclass this and create like a my talent effect, is probably what I'll call it. And it's going to have this function on it, and I'm just going to have an array of them that exist on the ability system component. And then they have things like apply a talent effect, which means like I am going to actually apply this effect to the ability system. But then there's other ones, like this one, I can't apply that to the ability system component because the gameplay effects have no way of... They have ways of being conditionally applied, but they don't have ways of being conditionally applied to the execution of a specific ability. Seems like a pain in the dick, so I've been avoiding gas. Yeah, I don't blame you there. In case I wanted a more traditional RPG modifier system. I mean, you kind of just have to look at it and be like, do I want a lot of the effects that it has? And like, for my game I do. Like, I want the ability to have periodic effects, like heals and dots and damage over times, and I do want a lot of what the gameplay ability system gives me. But the way it's set up is there's no dynamicness in gas. It's just, it's like create an asset for every instance. And it's like, you know, for me, dots are damage over time effects. So like in the gameplay ability system, you can have periodic effects, which mean they execute every X seconds, right? And that would be like a damage over time effect. It deals damage over time on this period, on these intervals. So it's like, yeah, that's something I want, right? And I want to be able to modify attributes on a character with an effect. So a lot of what it does I want, it's just not very dynamic. And it wants you to create like a tag for everything. A tag for every cooldown, a tag for every gameplay cue, a tag for every cost, you know, like it's very, very verbose. Too much for my liking. And so, like, the overrides that I've done to the system have allowed me, and I'm hoping that this will allow me to work faster, because I'm, like, an individual person. I think for a larger studio, it's actually probably pretty nice, because they have the manpower to actually manage and create all that stuff. But I don't. So, I've been what I want to use for my ability identifiers are essentially just classes, right, in C++ or in Blueprints or something, so that's kind of how I've been doing it. But yeah, this kind of a thing, regardless of how you use the ability system, is not really... you're going to have to kind of roll your own things here for these super conditional effects. But yeah, if I didn't need multiplayer and I wasn't like a programmer, then I probably wouldn't use gameplay ability system, and I probably wouldn't recommend it either. Because it just, like, it's severely lacking in what you can do in Blueprints. It's like, I'll go to C++ and I'll write like some base functionality, and then I'll go to like use it in Blueprints, and then I'll realize something like, oh, the ability, I can't do anything with this ability spec handle, because all the functions for it are only in C++. So that's been super annoying. And then I essentially have to write like a wrapper function for it. Yeah, but if you're a programmer or you need multiplayer, I would probably use it. And then yeah, this function on my talent effect will get called in various scenarios. And I've been trying to figure out what those scenarios are, because I'm probably going to use tags to create them, like an identifier for these. And then that way, within the function of the effect can decide whether or not it should be applied. And then it returns like, okay, should it be additive? Should it, and you know, what the value should be. I'll probably end up making my own struct to relay that information. But here's what I came up so far: like dealing damage and taking damage, which might be one event, and that's what I was doing here. I was trying to figure out how can I determine when I'm dealing damage versus when I'm taking damage. Like in the in the scenario of this talent, like reduces damage taken from fire, frost, and nature effects. So I'm definitely going to have damage types tags on the abilities. So I don't have them yet. Maybe I should just create those real quick. Attribute tags. We'll put them right here. So the namespace is going to be element type tags. Armor. So let's do like physical will be the first one. Fire, frost. What else do we have? What is like fire, frost, blah blah blah. Nature. Shadow. Holy. I think that's good for a start. I may end up adding more of those. Acid, maybe. That to me screams nature damage, though. But the question I have is like, should water and frost be the same? Like, is frost just an extension of water? You know? Or should those be two different types of damage? Or should it be cold damage rather than frost damage, you know? Okay, so now we have those tags. So now I can kind of like properly spec this out. So like in the effect of this, elemental warding reduces damage taken from fire, frost, and nature effects. So if the source abilities component, and this is what, if the source ability is the same as the other component, this is incoming damage, incoming ability. So let's store this. So this is going to be, what is this? This is source ability component. If source ability component equals other component, then it's incoming damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Else, outgoing ability. Put that inside. Okay. So if it's an incoming ability, if scenario tag equals, we'll do something like combat tag damage. Is there? I have a damage tag somewhere, right? No? What? What? I guess I don't. That's crazy. I thought I had a damage tag somewhere. I guess I should create like scenario tags. What? Do I just want to call it scenario? Because that's not very descriptive as to what these are. It's like a gameplay scenario. And like, I don't want to call it gameplay event because that's something different, but it is kind of, in the literal sense of the word, it is an event happening during gameplay. It's more like a talent scenario or like ability scenario. Okay, and there could be one for damage. Ability scenario tags. Damage. So if the scenario is damage, this is going to be a dirty nested one, just to get my thoughts out. And yeah, and if source ability has any tags, hang on, ability tags has any. Oh, and I have to create like a fucking container. I hate that I have to create containers. Add tag fire. Element type tags fire. Frost. Nature. If it has any of those, then it would be something like. Oops. I didn't see Deadpool in a bit for the kid's birthday. Hell yeah. I heard that's a good movie. Just want to see what you're up to. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I may be here when you get back. We'll see. But yeah, enjoy your movie. Yeah, let's go ahead and actually create the new struct here. You know what? I'll go ahead and bite the bullet and create the class as well. Add a new Unreal class. This is going to be a gameplay effect base. Best of luck fighting the engine. Yeah, every day is a struggle. Yeah, take it, bud. What am I calling this? Talent effect. Okay, and then let's copy that stuff over. Go away. Talent effect. Yep, okay. May not need that. Import. Okay, yeah, let's create that struct as well. So I'm no longer going to use those what were they, modifier infos. F my struct, and this is going to be a talent ability, F ability, maybe not talent, because maybe I could reuse these for something else. F ability modifier. Yeah, we'll just call it that. F ability modifier. And for right now, I just need U property, boo. We'll just do visible everywhere and blueprints read only. Let's make this blueprintable. Blueprint type as well. Visible anywhere, blueprint read only. T enum as byte. E gameplay. What is this? Okay, this is what I need. Operation. So we have the operation, and then I need a float for the magnitude. Well, do I actually? Because I'm going to need levels. And I suppose that's what the modifier info is good for. But it needs an attribute, which doesn't make sense for me in this scenario, in this context. So I guess this should maybe be an F data or F curve table row handle that I can evaluate with the level of the effect. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Would I ever want anything more substantial than that? Get ability modifiers. I guess, like... either this can be passed in the scenario, or it can output the scenario that it can be applied to. I guess if I output the scenario, that would live in here. And the gameplay scenario tag would be on there, which could be kind of a nice way to see... But where would I see that? Because this is like created at runtime and shit, so... I'm thinking about like what these would look like in blueprints, and I guess I would have a function to like make one of these ability modifiers. Yeah, I guess it would be kind of nice to have the scenario tag here. Well, this should be read-write, actually. I guess it's just more work to iterate through it, though. I guess that's the problem with doing that. Hang on, give me one moment. Okay. There's no crisis, we're good. Ahem. Oh my fucking god, did Jalen Waddle just get injured? He's out? Oh my fucking god. Head injury. Possible concussion. Oh, he's good. He's back out on the field. Nice. Nice. We're still good. Okay, and so this actually should be this should be a U function, a blueprint implementable event. Get ability modifiers implementation. Wait, did I spell that right? Oh, it's the wrong signature. Wrong signature. There we go. Yeah, that would reduce the conditions in here, right? And then I would just need to check if they apply in the scenario. What's your deal? Do I need to do blueprint native event? No, it's blueprint implementable event, right? I've done this somewhere. Blueprint native events. Blueprint callable probably is important as well. Yeah, it's just underscore implementation. I guess we'll do this while we're at it. But why is this as no member, get ability modifiers implementation. Make a static function here real quick to create that struct. Nice. Okay. Okay. So rather than make mod info, it's make ability modifier, and then the scenario tag is F, or no, just scenario. What is it? what did I call it? Ability scenario, yeah, scenario tags. Did I not create that? Ability scenario tags. Yep. Damage. Yeah, and then that's just going to need to be there. Did operation and then magnitude? Is that how I have it ordered as well? Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so. Okay, so that's how we do that. And no scenario tag there. We'll filter that out outside of this when this is called. Can I instantiate this with like an array of tags? Can I create from array? No, I can't, can I? Cannot infer allocator type. That's annoying. That's annoying. Yeah, so might as well just like... might as well just do it like that then. Add leaf tag, append matching tags. Yeah, just add tag. It's kind of annoying you have to do it that way, but is what it is. Okay, so yeah. Why is this still being annoying? No blueprint usages. Yeah, I mean I haven't let's try to just rebuild. Is it gonna throw a fit here? Or is it gonna fix itself? Oh, I did do blueprints native event. Oh, it is blueprint native event. Okay, so I did the wrong one. Okay, yeah, that fixed it. Oops. Teehee. And then I guess, yeah, every one of these is gonna have like a every one of these is going to have like a magnitude handle, essentially. Yeah, how would I want to do that? I mean, I suppose they would just create their own variables for it and evaluate them. And I need like a level for these. I need to store what level these are like. What would I do here? So I could either just like statically store them like I have them here, or I could create specs of them, because the spec has the ability, but then I would essentially need to convert them back into talent effects in order to call these functions. So yeah, I think I just need to store Yeah, I need to like pass in the effect level. Yeah, and I suppose what I would do, gameplay effects, ability system components. And this is now a talent effect, yes. It's like, do I just pass it into this function, or do I let this function figure it out? Yeah, because here, I am getting it here. Might as well just pass it in. Might as well pass it in. Although I won't need to be doing that. I mean, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. And so level would be like, you know, I would get whatever variable I'm storing, and then eval with effect level. But I guess if I'm returning it as one of the, should I always return? Should I return just a float here and let the effect evaluate itself by passing in the effect level, or do I let the caller evaluate? What would I want to do? I'll let the caller evaluate it. But then I would have to create a curve table for every talent. Curve table row handle for every talent. Do I want to create that for every talent? I mean, most talents are going to have more than one level, so probably. Yeah, probably. The only ones that only have one are like ones that give you abilities, really. So I think actually we'll let the caller evaluate. Ability modifier. I don't know, this makes me want to put the float here. Does it make sense to God, I'm going back and forth on how I want this to be implemented. It kind of feels, I guess it just feels weird to have to do this part here. Because like every single time, every single place that I try to do this at, I will need to go through all the ability modifiers, call their get ability modifiers, I guess I could try to make this more declarative, kind of. Where, like, the talent effect could have, like, an array for which abilities it applies to. I don't know, like, a single talent effect can probably apply in multiple ways, though. That's kind of the problem. And I guess I could have a function for evaluating this kind of a modifier. And then, yeah, this would have level. And that would essentially be this logic right here. Well, no, because this needs to be applied to the... No, I mean, this has to happen again. Oh, this feels so... It feels like I'm going to have to repeat myself a lot, which I don't want to do. I suppose I could pass in, like, a float ref. Something like that. And am I returning the float? No, it would just be void now. This would be more like apply ability modifier. Would be what that's doing. Make that a blank string for now. Okay, cannot be blueprint callable. And so I could replace this logic with apply ability modifier. And I could pass in the scenario as well to remove to kind of like hide the condition. thinking here, I'm thinking. It's no longer Sunday morning game day. Let me update that title. I'm just gonna say talent system. Okay. Which would I prefer? Would I prefer to do this kind of a check every time? Because it would look like, dude, I don't know, dude. Why can't I like picture what I want this system to look like? It's tickling my brain. What do I want to do? Do I feel like, cause like this condition is like, do I keep this condition here or do I put it in here? Like it just kind of seems weird that this outside this class here on the right is controlling whether or not the modifier can apply based on the modifier scenario tag. Whereas I could put this in here. Something like that. Because then I would need to do this again. Because this is source ability mods. Source mod. Yeah, I guess I need a function here. And so I would do this. And I would want to pass like this. But then I would want to do it backwards as well. I guess now that I'm looking at it, this is being multiplied. Value plus equals. So this should actually return what to add. Yeah. And then value. It should return a float, and then value should not be a reference. Return 0. And then value should be damage, and then it should be extra damage. But if I was creating functions for this, well, I would need to pass in so many things. I mean, if I could just pass in the execution params. Oh, like a re-get, all that stuff. Execution params, and then damage as well. Wait, no, because I don't know. Oh, fuck, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. I can't just do the X, because I have to, like, flip them. Shit. Shit. The damage... The damage oh, what am I doing here? What am I freaking doing? Because I just didn't want to like repeat this logic, but it's like I'm just gonna have to pass in so many goddamn parameters to whatever function I use that it's not really gonna be that worth it. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Don't create a function for it. Just make it. We'll make it as short as possible. Now we just gotta flip these around. Something like that, I suppose. Suppose that works. And I think for most of the events that I'll have, like deal damage and take damage. Should that happen in the same execution? It does make it a bit more complicated, rather than having like a tag specifically. Hi, Moxie. You've been a good girl today, Moxie. You're being a good girl. Yeah, yeah. I guess this kind of distinction only matters for the damage ones. Well, I guess reduced crit chance could apply. Crit could happen. Constant cooldown. Because these could be these ability modifiers really aren't just talents, honestly. This should probably be renamed to like an ability modifier effect. Because debuffs could be this as well. Yeah, let's rename this. Ability modifier effect. And these are just, I'm not even actually using this for anything. I think my doggies need to go outside, so I'm gonna go take them outside. Oh no, you guys are about, no, it's almost feeding time, so we'll wait for that. So this, I gotta think about how these are gonna be applied, right? I'm gonna have to add these to the ability system component list here. I guess just how the calculation turns out is whether or not it's going to be a debuff or something. Yeah, crit could go both ways. How do I make my file stack? I think there's some setting. Editor. Then probably something about tabs. But I think you can like right click. Configure editor tabs. This one right here. That's what you want. Yeah. And you can put like a cap on them and stuff for how many you want. Put 20. Should probably reduce that. Lifesaver? Hell yeah, no. I feel you. I feel you. It's annoying that it's scroll by default. I feel like that shouldn't be. I feel like that shouldn't be the default. Okay, I guess let's, and then constant cooldown. Yeah, range. Yeah, I feel like this all works. So let me run through some more of these. And then I'll have the, if this should be applied, or if this is for a summon. If it's for a summon, fix that real quick. If this is for a summon, how would I apply it? Like when the ability is activated that summons something, I'll search for summon effects or something. I think I'll have to specifically. I'm gonna not worry about summons right now because that seems kind of like too much to think about. Unfortunately, I'm just looking at a class's talents. Improves your chance to get a critical strike with your weapon attacks by 1%. So this is melee crit chance, which is an attribute which I can just like flat increase. Yeah. Or I could trigger this on the source ability if it's a weapon special ability. Would be another way I could, if for some reason melee crit chance meant something else. Cast time, we do have a cast time event. Increases damage by your lightning shield orb. So that would go through the damage effect calculation. Increases the cooldown, reduces the cooldown, and increases the amount of health and mana you reincarnate with. I feel like that would go through the damage effect, because all healing goes through the damage effect. But how would mana happen? I think I would probably just have to like code that, like mana. I would have to code the mana, right? This would be like a instant effect for that. Okay. Increases your target's armor value by 8% for 15 seconds after getting a critical effect from one of your healing spells. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so now we have like conditionally applied effects that happen from an ability. Now I suppose I could turn the ability itself into like a duration ability, because if I'm not applying them it doesn't matter, and then I could like apply it in a certain scenario. Could I? I suppose I can apply effects in here. I may need to change the name of this function then. And that would actually kind of prompt me to passing in the scenario tag into here. Let me think about that scenario a little bit more. So this is there's The source ability would have like a heal tag on it. And the source ability would have to equal self component. So it's an outgoing ability. Now, how would I apply it? I would apply it on the other component. If it's a crit. How would I do that? I guess this would need to happen in the take damage, so maybe damage should happen in 2 steps. Yeah, because I would need to know, that's like post-crit calc. Yeah, here's the take damage. Nothing is happening, so mitigation still happens. So, mitigation still happens in here, but then there's a crit that happens outside of this. Yeah, so maybe I take this part out. And I put it in take damage. Oh, this happens in a post-gameplay effect execute. That's okay. I should be able to... edit the damage there. Okay. Self component is this, other component, so I'll need to update this function a little bit. I will need the damage effect, because that's what's going to tell me whether or not this is a crit. Does the damage effect have the source ability on it? I forget. Okay, so the damage event actually has... Okay, the damage event has all this information on it. Okay, never mind. We don't need to change this. Everything I need is there. Yay! Okay. Damage event dot source component. So I could be healing myself. Yeah. Yeah. Source ability, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Okay. So damage would be... I could create a different scenario here. For like take damage. I guess you can deal damage to yourself, and so doing my check in here of like if the source of the ability is someone else. If the source of the ability is someone else, I mean, no, because you could determine that per ability if you needed to, per talent effect. I can't spell. Adjustments. Do I create one in here? Do I create a damage event in here? No, but I do have the damage effect, so I should probably just pass that. Yeah, the damage effect is what should go through. Yeah. Yep. Just put the damage effect in there. That signature gets a lot cleaner. I love that. I love that for me. Get ability modifiers. Yeah, let's just do U damage effect. Which, it's annoying that it's const, but that's just kind of the world we live in. I think it has to be const. Okay. What am I working on? So, I'm working within Unreal Engine's gameplay ability system, and I'm trying to kind of write my own system on top of that for what I'm referring to are ability modifiers, and the inspiration for this is talents. I would like talents in my game. We're looking at the World of Warcraft Vanilla WoW talent trees here, and these are things that like the player can kind of apply to themselves, right? By choosing, you know, by I can click here, and I now have this effect applied to me that increases my mana by 5%. The gameplay ability for this one specifically, this can work within the existing gameplay ability system. This would just be an infinite effect that is applied to the owner of this talent that increases their mana by 5%. Easy peasy. But for one like this, where it reduces the mana cost of your Shock, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning spells by 2%. This is happening specific to abilities. Now, the gameplay ability system does not have anything that can conditionally apply gameplay effects based on abilities. They have ways to conditionally apply gameplay effects, but it's mostly based on like tags. And they're like these are going to be needing to be executed at certain times during certain events that I have during my gameplay, which I've kind of defined right here, which is like dealing damage, taking damage, calculating crit, calculating the cost of an ability, calculating the cooldown of an ability, the range of an ability, the AoE radius of an ability. These are kind of all the different events that are going to happen where I'm going to need to figure out what talents the character has applied and adjust these different variables accordingly per ability, specific to an ability. So I'm trying to write a little system framework to get that all working in a reusable and extensible way. I hope that makes sense. Am I going to publish it on the store? I'm nowhere close to that. So ask me that again in 5 years. Or wait, do you mean the game or like the? Because this is something specific I'm working on for my game, so it's not going to be like a plugin or anything. If that's what you're talking about. The game, though, will it get published? Yeah, ask me again in 5 years. But this specific subsystem of my game, am I planning to publish it? No, I'm not. Damage event dot source ability. Nice. Source component, source ability component. Source ability, so that would be the same as the source component in all cases. Alright, source component and source ability component would be the same, and then targets, okay. And then I guess I would need different events for dealing damage and taking damage. to distinguish between like an incoming versus an outgoing ability. Unless I passed in a self component. I'm new and just getting started learning ASC, so I assume that stands for Ability System Component. We'll follow you closely. Yeah, I've done quite a bit of work on it so far, so if you haven't already, this guy's documentation helped me out immensely. Immensely. So yeah, definitely bookmark that. I have it bookmarked and I go there all the time. There's a lot to learn, so I've done a lot of overwriting of the system because the gameplay ability system wants you to use tags like a lot, like tags for everything. And I don't want to have to create like a tag for every single thing, so I've been overwriting it where I can for things like cooldowns and stuff, to where I don't need to supply a tag for everything, and I can just use the ability as like a unique identifier. So. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Happy to help and answer questions wherever possible. So, yeah, so am I doing deal damage and take damage as two separate scenarios? I think that's just going to make it... If I'm taking damage, the source ability and source component are not going to be myself. I guess that's just what I'll need to... understand. Although, would it be more self-explanatory to just also pass in the self component in here? Because this would be like... These could be debuffs as well. These could be debuffs that like increase mana usage or something like that, or increase cooldowns, or reduce damage of certain abilities. So they could be derogatory, and so self component would be the component that this effect is like applied to. And so if self component equals source component, that would be like I'm either dealing damage to myself or I'm healing myself. If self component equals target component, what would that scenario? Self component equals target component. That would be what am I saying? Self component equals target component. That means I'm taking damage, or I'm accepting a heal. That's an incoming ability. Should I do it like that, or should I do take damage, deal damage? Yeah, I kind of want to keep the self ability, self component there. I don't know why. If source component equals self component, should I do that? Or it could be less conditional if I just do the two different tags. If I just do the two different tags, okay, let's we're gonna do the two different tags. So deal damage, and I'm gonna need a take damage. And I need to actually make these. Okay. Ability scenario tags. Deal damage, take damage. Which would mean, like, let's say, like, you know, there's a Prot Paladin, right? And he has, like, healing effects on me are increased by 10%. That would be like, that would be take damage, where tag equals heal. Yeah. And then it would modify it by, you know, whatever. And then that kind of gets rid of the need for that condition. Oh dear, what have I done? I just like minimize all my windows. Get those back up. Get those back up. Yeah, I think this feels better. I think this feels better. And then this would be take damage. But then I would need to... No, because this does it. Applying the ability modifier does it. Okay. Get ability modifiers. That would just be this. That's what we're going to do. And then I'll need to change it over here as well. Deal damage. Damage effect. Source component. Would this be source component? Where is this happening at? This is dealing damage, so source component would be self component in this case. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. If I'm dealing damage, it's or healing, it's always the source component. Okay. I think this works. I think this will work for like, I'm actually writing code, but I'm not actually testing it. I'm just like walking through all the different scenarios. So this is the one I kind of got stuck on. But I think this works now because, and I may need to get ability modifiers. So should this instead be apply ability? Hang on. For source ability, source mods. Now damage effect is, it's const here. Interesting. Okay. Maybe I won't be able to do what I'm thinking here. I can't actually modify the damage here. I can here. And then it goes into the attribute set, which is where I modify the damage effect. Does this need to be const? Hang on, let me just get rid of that. Is that still okay? I mean, I guess I could copy it like what I did here. I suppose that's fine. This returns the damage effect. But if it's not I mean, I don't know. I don't even know why I was trying to return it there. Is that I mean, it wasn't modifying it and it couldn't. Yeah, it just copies the struct. The damage event struct. What are we doing in here? Yeah. Okay, so I think that's fine. Okay, so now that this isn't const, I can use it to, I can modify it. Is that what I want to do here? Because I do deal damage. Does it deal damage modifies? Yeah. Yes, it does. So take damage, self-component. Okay. So the question I was asking was, should I just do like apply ability modifiers instead of get ability modifiers? Something like that. And then that would kind of make it to where this function is no longer const. Okay, so I'm passing the damage effect in there, which it's not always going to be a damage event. Do I need different functions for each event? Or do I just need to go back to that other function signature where I had the source ability, source component, target component? So I wanted the damage event in here for this fucking ability. This is what's throwing me through a loop, because this is like, this is a very specific event that's happening. So increases your target's armor value by 8% for 15 seconds after getting a critical effect from one of your healing spells. So tag equals heal, that's easy. But this is also going to be, this is going to need to happen in the take damage event. And I'm going to need to check the damage event to see if it's a crit. And then I'm going to need to apply a new gameplay effect. Yeah, the deal damage and take damage. Those may need to be their own function. The rest of them, because I mean, what else could I do about that crit event? I could apply a tag to the ability, like a dynamic tag. To say that it's a crit. And it's like the ability's like owned tags or whatever. I kind of want to refactor this to damage, because because it's changing in multiple places now. Trying to think here. Yeah, I could have a crit tag. Do I have anything that, for something like crits? No. And so I would do that like in here, right? Source ability? Ability tags, dots. Ability has these tags, and yeah, so I would, yeah, I mean, Copilot, oh, it was hidden. Copilot picked that up. I would do something like that, I guess. And so if I were to just do the source ability, signature, like the generic signature, that could be a way to figure out if it's a crit or not. Getting a critical effect from one of your spells. Threat. That is a system I will need to create. Threat. Interruption caused while casting. That's another system I'll need to create. Chance to hit. That I do not have chance to hit in my game, and I will not. Critical effect chance. Okay. Your healing wave spells have a 33% chance to increase the effect of subsequent healing wave spells on that target by 6% for 15 seconds. This effect will stack up to 3 times. So this is a similar scenario to this one. These are like things that are conditionals that apply on the target. Yeah, and so this, I have a 33% chance. Oh my god, I need chances to apply now. Chance to apply. Yeah, so I guess that does kind of... That does kind of imply that I should make this the generic function and then rename it like apply ability modifiers, and then it can do things like apply effects and stuff. And it's this is more so just like responding to certain events kind of thing. Green Coke, hey mate, how you doing? I am working on a kind of talent system, but it's more so just like an overall, could be for debuffs as well, kind of like an ability modifier type system here. Hum. Now, how do I want to like modify damage values though? Because like apply ability modifier. Right now it returns a float. And most of them are going to be cases, let's go back to the ability modifier effect, most of them are going to be cases where it's like, I just need a float to modify the number. But in the case of a talent like this, it's not actually, this is like a side effect. This is a side effect. It's not like an ability, it doesn't modify an ability. So maybe, is that a separate, should I just make that a separate class? Or should I try to shoehorn that functionality into the class I have? If I put it that way, I feel like the answer is no. Because then it kind of turns into, this class is now just like a, it's not an ability modifier, it's more like an ability event. Respond to an ability event. It's a good question, yeah. I mean, you almost want to see it as a component that gets added to the healing ability. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this earlier, but like the gameplay ability system, it doesn't have, it has a way to like conditionally apply gameplay effects, right? But it's all based on like tags and stuff. If I go over to like an ability like this, you know, this one's easy, right? Or this one's easy, right? Just apply an infinite effect that increases mana by 5%. Easy. That's built in. Something like this even is kind of easy. It's like, okay, if the ability has Fire, Frost, or the nature tag on it, then just reduce the damage. But this one, it's like, it's very specific, right? It's like the mana cost of your shock spells, which are 4 different spells, and then Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning. So it's like they don't have a way to conditionally apply magnitude modifiers based on tags and the ability in question under certain scenarios, right? And then, of course, we get into scenarios like this. Increase your target's armor value by 8% for 15 seconds after getting a critical effect from one of your healing spells. It's like, okay, I can't really recreate that scenario with just tags, right? So I'm trying to work on a system to get all that stuff working. And so, like, the ability system component is going to have this map here of the ability modifier effect, and then whatever level it's at. It's a buff that's being applied, right? But it's like I need that condition, right? And then the applying the effect, like what the effect is that will apply to the person, I totally get that. But the condition where it gets applied is different. Yeah, it'd be a duration-based effect that increased the armor attribute by 8%, yeah. But after getting a critical effect from one of your healers. So it's like, yeah, there's two different things here. There's like modifiers and side effects. And don't even get me started on the summon spells, right? And then there's some of these that like grant an ability. When activated, your next nature spell with a cast time less than 10 seconds becomes an instant cast spell. So this is an actual ability that gets activated. Like, it's not just a talent. The talent just grants the ability. Spawn Wolf's spell, yeah. Is that something easily unlocked with gas? Like, granting an ability? Yeah, so you can have effects that grant abilities. That's already built into the game. So that would be... I think this would probably... Like, you would have an effect that I apply to the character that unlocks this ability. And when you activate the ability, it doesn't end. It's not like a cast time or anything, it's just an instant thing, and it'll apply this... Either it apply... No, so this would again have to go through my system, so... In my, like, get ability modifiers for the... Cool. So cast time is another one. Cast time. So there would be a cast time event when I'm calculating the cast time, and then I would get all the ability modifiers that exist in this. Which that I suppose that ability, while active, would put that into this map. And then remove it from the map after the event. I mean, that's kind of why I need this function to be like a non-const function, I think. There's too many things that need to happen. Becomes an instant, yeah, so like it would just like reduce it by 100%. It would that would be like an override scenario. That the operation would be override. Yeah, so do I still want to call it ability modifier effect? Because either, I mean, the only difference, right, is like I would have, if I made these two classes, I had ability modifiers and like ability side effects. They both need to get called during the same events, and that would be these events. This is something different. Ignore that. During these kinds of events, when I'm calculating these numbers. Although, like, the ability side effects probably only happen here, right? The side effects only happen there. And the side effects would be things like applying gameplay effects. Yeah, so I would activate the ability, and then I would add this effect that I've created to, like, am I going to keep them in separate arrays or separate maps, ability modifiers and ability side effects, and then they just have like a different function signature that gets called? Or do I just store them all together and like let the effects themselves decide whether they should execute or whatever? But the thing about this one that's like kind of throwing me through a loop is like, it's going to need to remove itself, right? It needs to remove itself from that array, or that map. And the ability needs to end. Your next nature spell with a casting time less than 10 seconds. Yeah, I thought about keeping separate maps, because I would need it wouldn't just be attack and heal, right? It would be like deal damage, take damage, send heal, receive heal, calculate cost. It would be all, I would have to create, for all these events, right? And damage and healing go through the same event cycle for me. Healing is just a negative number. So I was sitting here when I first started working on this today. I was like, okay, should I have a different function for each event? Should I have a different array for each event? But it's like, how would I know which array or which map to put it in? Right? Like for each effect, I would need to know what does this effect apply to, and what if it applies to multiple scenarios, right? It quickly made me realize that I just need to handle these generically and kind of just like outsource the decision making to the effects themselves. So that's why I have it all in one array. But now I'm kind of getting to a scenario where I have two different types of events, I think I could probably just make them work in what I have here, and maybe I'll call this like apply ability modifiers. It's not const anymore. Get rid of that. And then I think I will need to maybe input a number. Let me see here. So I'm trying to remove the need for this, potentially. So I'm returning an array from that function. And I'm wondering if I should just return a float or something for the particular scenario that it's being... I have the scenario tag? No, I don't, actually. The modifiers have the scenario tags on them. So it's like, if this is a take damage scenario, add, you know, whatever this is just a placeholder, but like, whatever this placeholder curve table row evaluates to. But it's like for these ones that are just side effects, this wouldn't modify anything really. It would just like apply an effect based on some information that was passed in. Okay, so maybe this should be something like, I need you my gameplay ability, source ability. I need to change this back to what I had. Source ability self component, so like that is the component that this effect exists on. And then target component. It's a really deep rabbit hole. Yeah, it's a brain tickler for sure. I think I get what I'll need to do. I just know that there's going to be some like I'm not like trying to recreate WoW or anything, but like I'm just going through these to come up with some scenarios for myself to like test this, you know, walk through this system. Yeah, so the buff, like, if it's going to affect buffs, it's going to increase the effectiveness of buffs. I suppose in the buff I would need to get some sort of modify, like I would need to have an event for when I'm calculating the buff magnitude or whatever. And could I just do tag? No, because it would be like an attribute. The documentation I provided for gas is perfect. Huge respect, bro. No, huge respect to Tranek, that guy who made that doc. That is, it's good stuff. But yeah, happy to share that knowledge. It's a bit outdated. Just it's got old pictures and stuff, but a lot, like I think 99% of that is still relevant. So. Yeah, so how would I do like increasing the effectiveness of a buff? Like this might be like a kind of like a hard-coded scenario, you know? Like in these buff abilities, I might just check if this effect exists on the character, you know? And then just increase it. So I would have these abilities that apply buffs that like it's rock biter and shit. Yeah, that like deal some extra damage on weapon swing. So those buffs already would exist in this system, right? Because they would have to respond to the event of deal damage, and I'd have to check if damage was dealt by a melee ability or not. And then they would need to apply additional damage. They would need to modify the weapon swing damage. And then this, like, increases that. How would that fucking work? It's like 2 levels deep now, so it's kind of hard to think about. So I would have the, like, we'll take Flame Tongue. So in WoW, Flame Tongue weapon deals, it doesn't like increase damage dealt on weapon swing, it like deals an additional instance of damage. I would imagine a stack with modifier tags and an amount. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I have, right? It's kind of what I have. I guess the difference is here. This is creating, the buff itself creates a new instance of damage. And I guess the source ability then would you search the stack each attack? That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, I think for maybe some of these like super one-off scenarios, that's okay. Right now, I mean, I'm not. I'm still pondering the aspects of the system, but like my initial implementation had the ladder where I'm. You can see here, like here's my damage execution. Right, most of these can, you're right, and that's what I have here, right? So I have like extra damage, and then I go through and apply all the ability modifiers, right? And these have like, each ability modifier has an operation right here. And it's my own class here, so it can be like additive or multiplicative. And then that all, you know, gets summed up and dealt. But like for some of these, like the scenario is just like kind of crazy. So it's like, you may as well just like... It's kind of just like, I may as well just like, on the ability activate, do the manual check, write the manual code to check and do it, right? Because I think maybe like... I had a buff that like dealt damage on weapon swing. It created like a new damage event. Because it would come in here. I would hit apply ability modifiers. It would hit the ability modifier that is Flame Tongue weapon. We would go in there. Flame Tongue weapon would be like, okay, is this a melee swing? If it's a melee swing, I guess fucking deal damage. Or maybe it would just apply itself. It could apply it would deal a new instance of damage. Create a new damage effect and deal it. And then that damage effect, that's like, we're like 2 levels deep now. There's a damage effect happening before the previous damage effect finishes. So now we're in like the fire of the damage, of the weapon damage. And so that's being calculated. We hit apply ability modifiers again. But it's a separate instance of damage in WoW. Like there's two different numbers show up. It's not just add extra damage on the melee swing. It's do a separate instance of damage after the melee swing, or when you connect with the melee swing. So. And then once this fire damage is going through, then it has a chance to... Now, if I add the right tags on that damage event, it would have like fire on it, and then it would have a chance to, you know, respond to all of the fire ability modifiers. So, and then I would have one that checks the source ability. Well, what would the source ability be there? Because essentially this damage came from an effect. It didn't come from an ability. Do I create... I should maybe create an ability for it then. For the damage dealt by... Flame Tongue Weapon. Because otherwise I'm not going to know... This potential ability modifier isn't going to know where the damage came from. It's just going to say... Otherwise the source ability would just be Weapon Swing. Which this isn't, you know, increase the damage of weapon swings. It's increase the damage of Flame Tongue Weapon. So a Flame Tongue Weapon would need to be ability that does not exist in the player's spellbook or anything. It's like an automatically triggered ability. It's like an internal. I'll call it like an internal ability or something like that. And then that would be passed in here. And so in the buff of Flame Tongue Weapon, that is an ability modifier. In here it would activate the ability. Can I activate ability? Yeah, I can try activate ability. Yeah, so I can activate the proper ability. And then that'll go through the whole, and then within that ability that's where it like deals damage and stuff like that. So I can deal damage without an ability, but I think I need to with the ability just to make sure it respects all of the other ability modifiers. Yeah. Cash time, critical strike damage. Okay, that's another event. So it needs to be crit chance and crit damage. Christ damage, no, crit damage. Range, I already have range. This would be on take damage. It would apply a effect on take damage. Yeah, Green Coke, I don't want to have to create gameplay tags for every single talent and ability, you know? That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid by doing this system, right? I don't want a ton of gameplay tags. I want like generic ones that apply to certain scenarios, because if I guess my take on like the game, like it wants you to use gameplay tags as like unique identifiers for like everything. And in my mind I'm like, I already have the class. Why do I need a gameplay tag, right? Like the class can be the unique identifier if I build it that way, right? So that's why I try to use like the instance of the ability as like, or the class of the ability as the right one. And that's why I'm passing its source ability here, not tag. I mean, yeah, you can have more than one tag, but like if you look at like the cooldown system, like it wants you to have a specific tag for every single different ability cooldown. Not each time, each ability. So I think for the Flame Tongue scenario, I would only need one tag that I'm already using for other things, and that's the fire tag, just to signify what type of damage is happening. Everything else is handled by my system, so I don't need tags for everything. Yeah, dude, don't talk to me about summon stuff yet. I'm not trying to walk through how I'm like, because I was looking at like warlock summons and shit. Like, I'm gonna need to like apply these effects to summon things, certain summon things. So I'm gonna need to like, that's why I have this like summon effect here, and then like this should apply to summon. That's why I have that there. Yeah, these side effect ones are gonna get complicated. Yeah, casting interruption is something I don't have in my game yet. I don't know if I will or what. Increases range. Increases the effect of the cursive. So cursive weakness would be a debuff that's applied. So that would already exist in the ability modifiers array of the target. That would reduce damage. Actually, no. It would. Cursive weakness is an attack power thing, so it would actually be applied to. It would be applied to the target. And if it was applied to, how would I increase its effectiveness? It's already applied to the target. Because in the where do I calculate attack power at? I almost need one for attribute modifiers. Yeah, because this is already a debuff that's applied, and it's pretty easy with gas to apply a debuff that reduces attack power. But how would I have like a background effect that can magnify that? I mean, I get that could just be one that's like one-off, right? That sounds like a one-off scenario, where like in the ability that is cursive weakness, check if the player has a certain effect to increase it. I think that's probably what'll happen with ability modifier debuffs. So like if a player has a spell that's like, oh, reduce movement speed of target, and you have a talent that like further increases the movement speed, yeah, I think you probably just manually check for that in the ability itself before like the gameplay effect is applied. And it would just have like a set by caller, probably. The thing is, though, Green Cook, that the abilities have levels on their own that they have curve tables for calculating their damage, their cast time, their cost, and then depending on what level they are, you know, it'll change all those magnitudes. But then this is kind of like a behind-the-scenes thing that happens at different events, and again, you have to think that these events are very, very dynamic. So I think what I have will work, and I'm just trying to think of like how I would handle these different scenarios within that system. So I think this is just a one-off scenario that you just statically find, do I have improved cursive weakness, and then just you know, add 6% or add whatever call this on that one particular event manually. And I guess this is also begging to get past a tag as an identifier for the event. Yeah, because I don't know if I want to return things here. Do I want to modify or do I want to return? Modify or return, because I could pass in the I guess I would want to return, right? Like, what if I just did a float here? And then I would also need to pass in base magnitude value. And then this can like return, and that kind of defeats the purpose of this. Although I guess the ability modifier, like I would just do like yeah, the scenario, the level, and the value, which is all information that exists outside this. Effect level. Would I want to pass that into here? It's like a lot of information to pass in one function. Yeah, maybe this stuff should continue to happen outside. And just continue to return an array. And then it's on like the event caller to apply them. Source ability is const. Sorry. Yeah, and then let's make a crit tag. Is that a combat tag? Combat feels like a combat tag. And that way I can generically find out if we're critting something. Oh, it's fucking const, right? Oh shit, I can't do that. So you can't do dynamic tags on the source ability. Oh boy. Where do I set that? Is that where I set it? Why did I make it const? Can I get rid of that? Does that break anything? Okay, does this build? Do this build? Because I guess the so that built. Okay. Sick. Okay. Well, I don't know why I had that const to begin with. That was kind of strange. I may need to hop up and get lunch here soon. I'm quite hungry. My dogs may be as well. Yeah, I think I have in my head how I want this to work, though. Yeah, I just need to create all those events and make sure this gets called in all those places. Should probably make a sort of wrapper function, because I'm going to need to basically copy and paste this in a bunch of places. Source component ability modifiers. Apply ability modifiers. That makes it seem like this should be getting called from within it, though. This is kind of weird. Yeah, I wanna find a more reusable way to do what I'm doing here. What's the level? So yeah, maybe I do just end up passing all that information. Maybe I do. Or maybe I... Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ability modifier effect. I do have a deal damage and take damage. I just need to start creating some of these. That makes sense for some of the abilities I have. And see how it goes. But I think that'll probably be next stream. I also need a way for these to get granted to the player. So I probably will need some UI interface for that. To make sure that the level parts work and stuff. So I'll need to make like a little rudimentary talent tree. A little rudimentary talent tree. Okay, I think that's gonna be it for me today. Yeah, talent trees are gonna be fun. But yeah, that'll be it for me today. So thanks everyone for hanging out. It's been a long stream. But I'm quite hungry, so I need to go get some food. Exciting brain damaging stuff, yeah. Yeah, we'll see if I end up changing the system entirely, or if we just need to make some tweaks to it to get everything to work. I feel decently good about it, though. I know it'll at least handle most of the scenarios that I could want. But there's probably still some scenarios that I'm not thinking of. That maybe I'll need to just tweak it for. We'll see. We shall see. Should we raid someone? Is anyone on? If I know people who are on, we can raid. Okay, Boom's on. Let's raid Boom. I know Boom. Oh, there's a bunch of cucumbers on her stream. What is she doing? You got so many crazy effects happening. Okay, I'll see everyone later.
My Drone David My Stream with 4BL